2022. As we are here opening 11th edition of ArtsIT and 7th edition of the EAI, it's justified to say that over the year, this conference has become a really high quality event. I would like to also use this opportunity to address the whole organizing committee, the author, and all the participants on behalf of EAI. I would like to also thank you, all of you, for being a part of these conferences and for your involvement with EAI. Above all, I would like to special thanks to the steering committee.
Recording in progress.
I would like to have special thanks to steering committee Anthony Brooks and Eva Brooks for building these amazing conferences, and also the whole organizing committee for their excellent work during the conference preparation. Moreover, I would like to tell you just a few words about EAI, European Alliance for Innovation, who we are and what we do. European Alliance for Innovation is a non-profit organization, and it's a global community for a greener, healthier, and smarter world. Until today, we have 60,000 members from more than 160 countries and 150,000 subscribers. Our mission is to create environments for improving research and to transform the best ideas to commercial value propositions through community cooperation. Lastly, I would like to use this message to invite you to join us also next year on EAI, ArtsIT, and LMU 2023. We will keep you updated, and this news about these events will be announced on the conference websites. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy EAI, ArtsIT, and LMU 2022.
Good morning. Welcome to Faro for the 11th ArtsIT conference. This year, in a partnership with CIAC, the Research Center for Arts and Communication from the University of the Algarve. For the next 2 days, about 50 professors, researchers, and artists will be presenting innovative research on arts and technology. This year's program includes a panel organized by the Council of Europe Video Games Working Group, and also a special track on dialogues between geometry and visual arts organized by Antonio Araújo, who will also give us a workshop on drawing handmade virtual reality panoramas. Allow me to address a special thank you to our magnificent director, Professor Paulo Águas, who is always present on CIAC's main events. Thank you for your support. Also, for Professor Sérgio Vieira, Director of FCHIS, Faculty of Human Sciences, and our professor, the head of the department, the arts department of the faculty, Professor Ana Soares. I want to say also a special thank you to City Councillor Carlos Bahia from the municipality of Faro for supporting the university's events. Thank you. And of course, Professor Bruno Silva, representing CIAC, our research center, and my whole team, who has put lots of effort in this organization, and we'll have 2 days of an active job in front of them. Thank you so much for all the keynote speakers, all the participants, all the session chairs, Tony Brooks from ArtsIT, and my colleague Eva Brooks from the EAI conference, who is part of this year's annual ArtsIT EAI conference. Thank you.
Good morning, dear George. Thanks very much for this kind invitation to be here with you. It is always a pleasure to attend, to be present in the several events that SIAC is promoting or promotes at the University of Algarve. I'd like to express my personal gratitude to you and all the colleagues, professors that are involved in this organization. My compliments also to Eva Brooks, to Bruno, to Sergio, I just have to say to you that, well, I'm not an expert, but digital creation in arts and communication is a very young scientific field, as I know. It slowly emerged in the late 1980s with the introduction of personal computers. Today, we are living an exciting integration of arts, computers, design, and arts, maths, science, and technology are more beautiful together, and not only more beautiful, but more useful. By makes our life much better. To all the participants, including the keynote speakers, and I have to say that I only attend to the first keynote speaker because I have always I should take these events as an opportunity to learn about new things for me. Okay, but to all of you, I wish you a very successful conference during these 2 days, and have a nice day at Faro, and well, feel at home. Thank you very much.
Bom dia, bem-vindos. Good morning, welcome. My first word are to my colleagues in this table, in this open session, and particular word for Jorge. Thank you for this opportunity. The 11th edition of ArtsIT is the second edition in Portugal. So it's very relevant for us, this conference in our faculty, in our university. It is a privilege this moment. The dynamism and the value of the work, the SIAC and the other colleagues in the field of the art, it's very strong and very important. In 9 months, I believe, in my mandate with Dean of Faculty, is the 6th different event I participate in open sessions. So thank you for your commitment, for your competence, for dynamism. It's a great contribute for the affirmation of the art at the level of the academy contest at the city and at Algarve. This initiative reconnects the value of the art, the value of the digital, the technology, and the interaction between art, between creation, digital creation, between culture. And I know you have important concern, the sustainability and the development with dignity. And for me, for our faculty, it's very important, this value for your. So thank you, a good work, and enjoy Faro and our city. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to ArtsIT. First of all, I would like to thank all the representatives of the institution invited to participate in this scientific meeting. A special thanks to the rector of the University of Algarve, who always supported SIAC in events related with digital media art, where we try to make a bridge between art and technology. I remember his support when we launched the international project Cultural Adventure, a joint venture between University of Algarve and University of Mongkut in Bangkok, Thailand. So this is an area that undoubtedly is in full expansion. SIAC was born in 2008 at the University of Algarve, and currently we have a national dimension. We have hubs all over the country at the University of Maia, Porto, at the Polytechnical Institute of Santarém, Polytechnic Institute of Lisbon, and Open University of Lisbon. So currently we are trying to seek an international dimension. We already have protocols with scientific centers and universities all over the world, Brazil, Morocco, China, Thailand, and we hope that very soon we have a new one with the University of Incheon in South Korea. So I hope you enjoyed Algarve. I hope you enjoyed this scientific meeting. I'm sure there will be an important exchange of knowledge in this particular area. So welcome to Faro, welcome to SIAC, the Research Center for Arts and Communication, and welcome to the University of Algarve. Thank you.
So, bon dia and very good morning to all of you. As you know, my name is Eva Brooks, and it's my great pleasure here to hereby open the EAI conference, Design, Learning and Innovation. And so we will spend a couple of days together here and share our experiences in this exciting cross-disciplinary area of research, design, learning, innovation, EAI 2022. And we are fortunate to have the support from the European Alliance of Innovation. And I want to direct my gratitude to you, Veronica, thank you for all your support. Yeah. And also my sincere thanks goes to Arts and Communication Center and the University of Algarve and Faro Municipality for the support of the event here today. And then allow me to direct a warm thank you to the EAI Organization Committee, in particular to Jeanette Sjöberg, who is there. Yeah, and she is the general co-chair from the EAI side for this conference. And then to Anders Karlskog Möller and Emma Edstrand, who are the never-ending going chairs of the technical committee. And so the EAI is also co-located with ArtsIT, and I would therefore direct my greetings to them for a successful day. And then, of course, I would like to express my gratitude to the technical program committee, who have spent hours to review all the papers. So without you, no conference. And the high quality, as you said, is thanks to you and your reviews. And last but not least, I would like to thank all the delegates for your paper contributions. So, I would like to conclude by encouraging all the delegates to participate actively in the discussions after the presentations. So this will bring a great international perspective on the discussions. So I wish everyone a successful, safe, fruitful conference. And I sincerely hope you will enjoy today and tomorrow. So thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much to all.
That's it.
Our conference, and I will give the word and my job right now to Tony Brooks. Will present our first keynote speakers, Monica and Wolfgang Weissman will present us one of their perspective of their amazing work in this field. Tony Brooks is the right person to introduce them. 5 minutes and we start. Thank you.
Greetings, everybody. Hello online, wherever the cameras. I'd like to reiterate what was said. I'd also like to say thank you for the collaboration and all the people involved from this, but also the technicians. Thank you so much because you're streaming out to all the important people that are logging in. I'd like to say thank you to the volunteers as well, who's helping us. And I've been involved with ArtsIT since 2009. And this year is very special because it's the first time that we've had a workshop of the dimension that you're going to experience tomorrow. And it's the first time we've had the Council of Europe involved with the video game culture. It's a new initiative. And before I introduce the keynote, which my role is here, I'd like to ask the leaders of the workshop to just give you 1 minute introduction to what's going to happen tomorrow. You might get a taster. I don't know what is going to happen with before then, but Antonio, can you explain quickly?
So, very quickly, thank you, Danny. So I think it's the first time that we have a practical workshop in ArtsIT, so it will be a pleasure to do it. It's tomorrow at 16:45, and it's a workshop on drawing handmade VR panoramas. So it's VR panoramas like you get from a camera, a 360-degree camera, but done by hand. You don't have to know how to draw, okay? It's a fun experience, just come and see. We have lots of flashy apps that do things immersively. So come even if it's just for fun, okay? And we have, during the coffee breaks, there's an installation there, which is the thing that we're going to use for the actual workshop. So come and ask questions and see us for all. And meet you tomorrow.
Thank you, Antonio. And the other person who's moderating for the Council of Europe video game culture is Alessandro. So just a quick introduction for what they're going to have tomorrow to be great.
Thanks everyone, thanks for the invitation. I represent here the Council of Europe, and I'm going to present an initial panel about video game culture and creativity. The Council of Europe has been working since 2016 in a project called Digital Citizenship Education. And within the framework of this project, I am running this initiative to educating for video game culture. So it's very inclusive education, it's the part of education of the Council of Europe. So in the next room, you can also find some publication where you can get for free about the project, the Digital Citizenship Education, and the video game culture. And it's going to be interesting. Tomorrow we will talk about tools for developing creativity with video games, and the whole initiative that I hope I can explain that. So see you tomorrow at 2:30 in the afternoon.
You can, and if you go in there on the table, there's lots of giveaways that the Council of Europe sent boxes and boxes of stuff about digital citizenship. Please take it. So when I was asked to introduce this, I was a bit panicking because my eyes are old, but thankfully behind me we have what's going to happen, so I can read this. I'll be very quick because the people who are presenting will tell you everything about their work. Since 2009, we've had some amazing keynotes, and you become a keynote through a contribution to a discipline. And Monica Fleischman, Wolfgang Strauss will stand up and share their contribution with you now. Please give a very warm welcome. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Thank you, Tony, for the nice inviting us here and for the nice introduction. And thank you, Eva, for seeing all this here. That's really nice to be in Faro and have the opportunity to meet all these people. Our work started 35 years ago, and it will not show the actual things. I hope to hear more about from others, but it will show the history of how media art influenced what we have today, the digitality, the digital culture, the interweaving of digital and analog realities. But media art not only interprets reality, it also sets the viewer into the picture. So it also always takes part, the viewer takes always part in the work. And with the changing conditions of knowledge acquisition since the mid-80s, we observed it is no longer the knowledge of detail that counts, but life today takes place in a network of nodes of network knowledge. And with our especially founded art and science labs, we became aware that there is an interaction between information processing, sensory perception, and physical movement. The theory of embodied perception suggests that our bodies are also responsible for thinking or solving problems. We have always worked in this direction as architects, artists, and scholars, which are our backgrounds, Wolfgang's and mine. In 1987, we became co-founders of ArtsIT, Germany's first independent institute for the development of digital media. We started with silicon graphics computers and virtual reality equipment by a cooperation with Jaron Lanier and VPL, and worked with head-mounted display and data glove from 1987. The special funding model of the West Berlin Research Ministry was simple. The value of the hardware from industrial partners was counterbalanced with personal costs. So hardware was expensive and we got a lot of money at that time. The first project was associated with a commission for the design of Hewlett-Packard of their new headquarters in Berlin. At the same time, we were working with Hewlett-Packard machines on the electronic house, a project on virtual space simulation. We were experiencing a completely new design process because we were able to simulate light and sound space in real time. The participatory planning process with the HP employees took place with analog models and digital simulation. In virtual reality, they could enter the office and inspect their workspace before it was built. But even the high-performance workstations, you see the office model in a CAD visualization, overwhelmed the computer with the amount of data we gave in. The data set literally explodes, presenting unseen images of architecture. We were witnessing the transformation of Euclidean geometry into quantum mechanics. That was our impression. It was as if the computer is talking to us about morphogenetic space. It became clear that the computer was not only to be understood as a tool, but also as a medium. With Berlin Cyber City, we created a meeting place for East and West Berliners after the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. The traditional VR interface became a scenic arrangement, an interactive table in front of a large display The position sensor in the hand, taken from the data glove as shown above, enables the virtual walk on the aerial image. The corresponding 3D city image appears on the screen in real time. With this interactive table, the encounter and exchange between formerly hostile East and West Berliners becomes a performance for joint virtual walks and conversations to explore the partly unknown city made possible by this simple sensor interface. Hannah Arendt writes, quote, on the one hand, a table means a focal point. On the other hand, a table sets boundaries. The following video shows the navigation of a visitor through the virtual city. It's not lighting. So I'm sure das stops mal einfach das Video. So on these mixed reality walks, visitors exchange memories and thoughts about the future of the new city of Berlin. It was fascinating for East Berliners to walk through the Brandenburg Gate to the west and to even fly over. It was really the situation that people were very cautious to talk to each other, because East and West Berliners had a really hard time before these 40 years. And we saw with this table interaction environment that they began to talk together. It was a really great success when we had exhibited this for some time. So, Home of the Brain, a virtual exhibition of thoughts in an environment of network computers, is a new form of public space. We did this together with the Berlin Cyber City environment, but now with Google's and Data Glove. On display are 4 virtual houses with concepts from masterminds of digital culture presented as philosophers' houses. For the visitors, the environment creates a sense of participation in a discourse. They are surrounded by the thinker's ideas, share their mental space, and have the impression of walking through other people's thoughts. We asked our favorite thinkers if we could dedicate a house to them in our planned Home of the Brain and use interviews or text. Paul Virilio, philosopher of speed and racing standstill, sends a handwritten letter in French saying we should just use this text to build his house of catastrophe. Willem Flusser writes in German on his old typewriter, asking how he can participate in building this house. Josef Weizenbaum, creator of ELISA, the first artificial intelligence programs that simulates a virtual psychotherapist, is concerned about the power of computer, but proposes a house of hope. Marvin Minsky refers with his book Metropolis to our planned house of utopia. Flusser's letter can be seen in the picture. We used it for his house of adventure, that you can inside the houses. By moving through, the visitors create a physically perceptible sound collage of opposing positions through his or her movement. As early as 1990, Flusser explains the character of the then current information revolution, quote, the boys and girls in front of their terminals connected with reversible cables turn away from politics, but they turn toward each other. That was in a time when there was no World Wide Web, no, or just the beginning, no internet yet. Marvin Minsky talks about implantation of chips in the brain. Quote, "It is a waste of time to learn things over again. The children will acquire knowledge in this much faster way." Paul Virilio, the architect, explains the new space is a space of speed, not the space of time. It is a space where I can manipulate time. And Joseph Weizenbaum asks, what is the difference between this technical hand and the human hand? Can we have, why are we even looking for a difference? Because the human hand can be held by a beautiful woman, for example, and this being held has a certain meaning for the human being, but none at all for this mechanical hand. You see a short piece of the documenting the first the model, and then we see somebody moving through. When it was not finished, you see the data glove, the hand, and then you see somebody inside. That's my bisschen. This is Wilhelm Schlusser's voice in German, and maybe you don't understand, but therefore I quoted all these different positions. Yeah. Both projects, Berlin Cyber City and Home of the Brain, were blueprints for ArtsIT's TerraVision project in '93, which involved flying around the world with a computer and diving directly into interior spaces. TerraVision's algorithms somehow found their way to Google, resulting in Google Earth in 2005. The legal process ArtsIT against Google is the subject of the Netflix film, The $1 Billion Code. Maybe some of you have seen this film on Netflix. The foundation of ArtsIT is not treated quite correctly in this film, but it is an important topic on authorship when things come from art to industry. Our next lab was VisWis, Visual Wizards, initially as guest scientists, as we became part of the Visual Wizards at GMD, the German National Research Center for Computer Science near Bonn, Cologne. At the same time, we were awarded as fellows at the Academy of Media Arts. So we had both institutions and we worked with both teams and Google. After the early death of VisWis director Wolfgang Krüger, a former ArtsIT colleague, I was appointed head of the research group, which reported directly to the GMD president. At that time, there was great euphoria about the collaboration of art and technology. With the help of us artists, the reorientation of the GMD research institute towards the visualization of socially important issues was to be initiated. A big task, and 1 year turned into 22 years. This is Birlinghofen Castle, the headquarters of GMD, and the first thing we encountered was a powerful connection machine CN2, a parallel computer from thinking machines. We used the program to cross images for genetic image synthesis. The human part was to start with an image and select from the machine's creation. The machine rendered 20 versions in a grid. And I'm sure it reminds you to many apps which are there today. Liquid fuse shows a virtual water surface in which the viewer's image is reflected. A touchscreen with a miniature camera simulates water and reflects the image of the approaching viewer. As soon as the viewer touches the screen, algorithms are activated to amplify the artificial waves and the viewer's reflection dissolves. Liquid fuse anticipates the selfie moment in 92, in which the image and the self becomes increasingly difficult to separate. The digital medium is camera, mirror, and archive all in one. It records us, mirrors us, and stores us. Maybe it reminds you of a tool we all use today. In contrast to selfie culture, liquid fuse addresses the poetic and almost spiritual dimension of the self. That's a bit dark at the beginning. The spiritual dimension of the self as an open process and a constantly changing flow of possibility. Strongly enlarged, the viewer's virtually mirrored face looks out at the audience from a large display in the background. Both the viewer and the viewed become the observed. Screen and camera are on one and the same plane. This specially invented arrangement could not be patented in 1992, but you could see it as an anticipation of the interface of the Apple iPhone from 2007. Liquid fuse has been exhibited almost 70 times in 13 countries. Before there were mobile phones, you saw cultural differences everywhere in how visitors dealt with the installation. In Mexico, people were very respectful. In Los Angeles, very playful. In Madrid, many people kissed each other in front of the water mirror. In Paris, some men felt not beautiful enough to look into the water mirror. In Japan, people compared the mythology of Narcissus to the story of the sun goddess Amaterasu. So what we thought is you can have this old myth everywhere in the world and you get always something back from their special culture. Today, visitors archive the moment. They make a selfie. And since we have smartphones, selfies are taken everywhere for the social media archive for their own, and reflection is postponed until later. So the next is a very different work. The responsive workbench is a further development of the Berlin Cyber City interactive table surface. Above, you can see a historical reference that we only discovered after the realization of the workbench, but it shows Vannevar Bush's memory extender, and Vannevar Bush is considered a pioneer of cyberspace, hypertext, and data accessibility from 1945. The computer-generated stereoscopic images on the workbench are projected onto a horizontal display of a tabletop. The result is a discursive interface that redirects the view from a small isolating screen into a three-dimensional data space for multiple viewers. All participants see the same thing at the same time, but individual points are possible. The data is manipulated by hand with a data glove. Steven Skolne, you see him on the left side down, came to our lab for some time as a Caltech student and developed tracing the line of thought on the workbench using motion detection to create a 3D painting system. The hand's path in space is converted into a geometric stroke floating in space, as shown in this composite image at left. This aerial drawing enables spatial design as thinking by hand. So the next interactive interface is the virtual body balance, where the body itself becomes the interface. I think Tony has worked with similar technology. The sensors detect every shift in weight and convert it into position coordinates, movement, and navigation. The result is a form of sensory perception so intense that visitors can fully immerse themselves in the virtual environment even without VR goggles. It is an immersion in a virtual reality without excluding the real world. That was our way to work with the notion of mixed reality, that we thought we don't want to keep people outside the real world. Navigating with this body-oriented interface is like seeing with your feet. Physically handicapped people in our team were particularly motivated to use the balance to increase their range of motion. Almost 10 years later, Anja Kempe, one of our students, creates this installation of a loose space. The real room is superimposed with a digital simulation of the same. The images of the room are projected congruently onto the walls. The spatial structure is shapen by the movement of the visitors on the platform. Unfortunately, I cannot show a video from there, but you can find it on the internet. For a ceremonial event of the ZKM Center for Art and Media Technology, we designed a live television broadcast in the virtual studio with audience participation. The signals from the studio camera are connected via broadband to the computer 300 kilometers away in our research center. The television studio in Baden-Baden is set up as a blue box stage for 150 viewers. On the large screen opposite the stage, the audience follows the actors as they move through the virtual stage set. The audience sits on swivel chairs and has the choice between the real action on the blue stage and the rendered television on the large screen. One of the three performances is a virtual striptease, which is clicked very often in the internet, only by name. Two performers wearing blue catsuits under their dresses slowly disappear on the blue stage and become one person as they shed their clothes. The blue stage performance is reminiscent of the dark blacklight theater, which originally comes from the Japanese puppet theater. So it was a great success. The audience was thrilled, and the ZKM director at that time, Heinrich Klotz, said afterwards, "We have seen the future." He didn't understand anything from technology. So our body of work so far catapults us as a research group to the forefront of the artistic, scientific, IT, and media art scene, Therefore, the foundation of a new lab is possible, one that is even more self-determined. In '97, we founded the Artistic Scientific Research Department, MARS, Media Arts Research Studies. After a first decade of interactive media art, many works had disappeared. And in the late '90s, because the hardware and operating system changed again and again, and it was not possible to constantly adapt the works, therefore we decided that we at least want to document the works in this exciting time, and also to share with people and invite people to show their work during this time. With the platform Netzspannung.org, an online archive has been developed that documents the creation of new media art over a decade. This was preceded by a feasibility study that included the international media art scene, as the small map below shows who was involved. The map above refers to the geographical origin of the visitors at that time. I think you can't see it really. Instead of the satellite connection on the left, Netzspannung.org offers the first streaming channel for telelectures, as well as online teaching and learning modules from '99. In 2006, the platform had 150,000 monthly visitors, about 5,000 per day. That is as many students as the Berlin Art Academy had at the time. Since 2010, the platform has been hosted by the ZKM in Karlsruhe.
Okay, next.
Netzspannung.org is an online medium to digital culture. The internet platform is organized on a cross-disciplinary basis as an interface between media arts, media science, and media technology. Netzspannung.org is an information tool for artists, designers, scientists, and scholars. Netzspannung.org presents topics from media art and research, such as cultural heritage, on teaching culture with digital media, performance play, on interactive play and stage concepts, and explore information, create knowledge, on visualizing information. The area of positions shows numerous video documentations of lectures given by renowned artists, scientists, and scholars. Selected lecture series are recorded to be available by streaming and can be transmitted to the lecture theatres of associated colleges and universities. The network of lecture theatres expanded the book globally and represents the first novel of the classroom of the future. The area of learning addresses the question of how teachers and students can be introduced to artistic work within media. Here, teachers can find a variety of ideas, suggestions, and teaching examples, showing how they can get children and young people to develop, for example, dancing scrap-making robots, a multimedia music performance, or an interactive exhibition. The Digital Sparks competition provides an insight into media's further teaching in German-speaking colleges and universities. All competition entries submitted by students from the years 2001 to 2003 are archived and to be researched via an interactive map. Netzspannung.org's archive contains over 1,000 multimedially prepared database entries, including research projects, artistic work, and interactive installations, as well as mixed reality performances, experimental formats, and interactive visualizations. Media and cultural artists can also help build the archive. The creative area is Netzspannung.org, where artists and designers in this way, users become part of art. Lists of useful projects, knowledge such as scientific at the time. Helping assistants to learn new connections and content intuitively. The semantic map structures, networks, and visualizes the archive's content in terms of semantic relations. It provides users with a navigation system that allows them to rush through the database, discovering new and hidden connections. The semantic map organizes the archive into semantic clusters. The timeline sorts the content of the archive chronologically, presenting it in dynamic time axes, and therefore revealing connections between different content fields. Netchfund.org is an interface for digital culture and a place for education and learning on the internet.
I don't know why these written things are there. It's not on here. Could it be? It's not here, but it's not, no problem. No, I only thought maybe you can manage it.
Sorry.
So to build such a platform and a digital archive, you need more than a file box with individual data sheets. Therefore, the database is calculated as a coherent network of contrast, in contrast to a traditional list of an archive. For a test data set of 500 documents, different knowledge discovery interfaces were developed. You saw it briefly in the video to demonstrate a variety of methods for indexing information. The database is calculated on the basis of a neural artificial network, resulting in self-organizing knowledge maps, such as the semantic map, the matrix, or the media browser. The semantic map here uses semantic text analysis to reveal content relationships between text documents, identify similarities, and group them to thematic clusters. The map shows in which conceptual environment a document is located and in which other documents are similar. The documents of the individual works appear as nodes in a network of themes and practices. The viewer discovers knowledge through differentiation and thus becomes a co-producer of meaning. Therein lies the performative act of the viewer and the interface. Searching and finding, overview and detail are displayed in the interface on one and the same level again. It is an operational image that evokes thought movements. The semantic map is an example of how humans and machines work together in an intelligence amplifying way, instead of increasingly coming under the command of a black box of artificial intelligence. The digital sparks matrix is an operational image based on a so-called tree map principle and explored with the help of a magnifying glass. Ben Schneiderman, the tree map inventor, was inspired by Mondrian's paintings. The DVD interface combines visual and textual search and shows the video archive of all student media projects that were awarded for the Digital Sparks competition over 8 years. The Matrix DVD is an interface to the Netzspannung database, which should be viewed on an internet-connected computer to see all the information and videos. The DVD with 346 awarded projects was distributed to teachers at universities and used in classes, and we developed the point screen for exhibition in museums. Point screen is an interface for touchless control of a screen. Inspired by the theremin, the first electric musical instrument that can be played without touch, we have developed a digital technology for electrofield sensing. The position, direction of movement, and speed of hand gestures can be used for navigation. The body's own electrostatic field is sensed by electrofield sensing, and the determined position data is used for screen control. Along the way, experimental objects were created, such as the energy meter, which displays the body's energetic state, flickering RGB lights, or the Mars bags, electrified sounding handbags designed for performance. The bags were funny objects and turned out also to be theft-proof objects with alarm triggers. The point screen interface was developed starting in '97 and finally patented not in the European, not in the EU or in Germany, it was not possible, but in the US in 2007. Sorts in flow, that's what the media flow interface stands for. The content of the archive is visible at a glance. Parallel streams of images and words running across the screen make the content of the online archive visually accessible. Images of projects and people, as well as titles, authors, and keywords from the entire archive stream move about our eye. By means of text-to-speech, the terms are spoken by computer voices. Normally, it is impossible to capture a large archive with thousands of documents at a glance. With media flow, it's a matter of minutes. Zooming gives a flexible range of searching and finding. Interconnected documents come to the foreground. The installation next creates the impression of a walk-in data room. Images and words are awakened to a visual and acoustic sphere and take on a narrative position. A large touchscreen interface translates images and words into scrollable text bands ready for selection. The formal structure of the media flow is reminiscent of E.B. Warburg's art historical concept of a thinking space. His Mnemosyne picture atlas, you see below. In the 1920s, he developed a collection of photographed documents and text arranged on wooden panels. They were not meant to appear in a fixed order, but rather by arranging and rearranging them to continually produce new insights. Warburg coined the term Denkraum for his configuration, and we worked for this since the time we were working with this knowledge discovery tools. Media flow only shows the stock of knowledge. The actual creation of knowledge comes from decisions in the interaction. The digital archive literally becomes a movement space of thought. The reader selects individual terms as loose threads of a fabric, and guided by their own associations, new knowledge can emerge. So, and another art installation is not in public space, is energy passages, but it is also a living, growing archive during the 4-week exhibition period. It is an interactive visualization of the daily news in public space. In front of the Literature House, a cultural institute in Munich, words are whispered and catchwords flow across the pavement. Artificial voices read out individual terms, creating a panoramic soundscape. Passers-by walking through the city unexpectedly finding themselves in a Wittgenstein-like language game performance. The flow of words in combination with the auditory sphere invites visitors to participate. The only way to find out what is going on is to select one of the 500 words that appear on a touchscreen. The selected term is highlighted in the word flow, along with 5 semantically related words, the so-called nearest neighbors, which are connected in the text where it comes from. The relationships are calculated by the underlying semantic classification system. One of the visitors recognizes a certain word and finds her own association. A lady spotted the word Faust and thought she had discovered Goethe's Faust in media flow, even Goethe's Faust. In fact, it was the politician's fist that was mentioned in the news. But the selection process stimulated an inner dialogue, and the visitors discussed their different thoughts with each other. You saw where the information comes from, where which whom this newspaper is in contact. You saw that news came just from this area in the world and not from this area. It was very interesting for the people in Munich. They came every day with new friends, with new family, and said they learned so much from this installation that they like it to not see again 100 times Kandinsky, which is beautiful, but that they can be part of such an installation and of a research which was going on at the time. This artwork is also a statistical instrument that measures and makes visible the energy of the city. The visitors' interventions are digitally registered, and their choice of words is compared with the most frequently used terms in the newspaper. The color-coded statistical image describes the frequency of news topics during the 4 weeks exhibition period. The highest blocks in this abstract cityscape represent the topics of economics and politics. Education or culture are barely perceptible. Particularly frequently used words in the newspaper are percent, years, Germany, millions. In contrast, the majority of the words chosen by the participants for in front of the literature house were showing different interests. It was price, parents, victims, love, food, girls. The visitor's choice of words seems to express the current mood of the people and reflects the energy image of the city. There's also a documentation of the whole project and the statistics on the project's websites and comments of the visitors, which you can still see with this internet address.
Okay.
Yes. Also, we have worked with artificial intelligence methods in the past. The question for the future is not whether machines can think, but whether humans can still think when everything is automated. We need a shift in concept of the interface paradigm from the industrial interface, what you see is what you get, to the performative interface, what you get is what you did not see. So that was our resume about the work we have done in the years past. Here are a lot of links because unfortunately some papers and things are in our luggage which did not arrive here in time, sorry. But maybe you can see a paper, a catalog, and websites with information about what I was talking today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Wolfgang. Do we have time for questions at all, George? Do you have any questions at all about what you've been introduced to? Yes, please, Per.
Hello, my name is Pastor. I shall be speaking for. Thank you, very, very inspiring, very interesting. It strikes me that the problems, the design problems that you have struggled with appear to be the same. Looking at the hand in the VR video, for example, it's a very similar design problems to what commercial VR developers are doing. I'm thinking of Facebook Meta's Horizon worlds where the characters have no legs and float around in space.
Yeah.
30 years later, is there any progress?
Oh, 30 years ago, there was it was not possible to do more than the hand. I mean, because of calculation time and power, yeah. Today there should be different possibilities, but I don't know.
There's a better, of course, a much better performance of the computer,
Of the
but
computer graphics.
the graphic or the visualization is not very much forward gone. So, for example, what we edit through these usually flat 3D-dimensional images, especially of that time, is so-called radiosity lightning, which calculates light and shadow of the space. This was to be seen in the projects. And today we have sort of, for virtual reality things, a sort of graphical renderers, but they don't reach this quality of the radiosity physically calculated light and shadow in space. And so that makes, with radiosity, it reminds us always on the Chirico image paintings.
But yeah, maybe you remember our Home of the Brain project. The very special was this radiosity render we were developing at our ArtsIT lab. And it was the best at that time, and still today.
It was the only one.
It was the only, and yeah, the others did not have shadow and depth and so. And it was really, until today, we didn't see something better. And it was
the answer
the team.
The answer is there's not so much,
Not
progress.
but what is your impression?
No, I'm fascinated that the design problems remain, and maybe some of them will be resolved by technological progress. But maybe some of those design problems are forever, and there is no technological solution. I get that.
But I think it's
it's interesting to hear you talk about ray tracing, because just the other month, the Unreal Engine, Unreal Engine 5 was released, big hoopla by Epic. And the main selling point was real-time ray tracing. 30 years later, commercial software has this.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And just to say, just to plug next year there's a book coming out with Springer called Creating Digitally, and Monica and Wolfgang have a chapter in that. I happen to be the editor, of course, and others in the room have written a chapter, Bruno's got a chapter, and Bruno. That's a very bad plug, I guess, for my book on streaming. Anybody else have a comment, any questions at all? We have a coffee break from the left, so I guess we're getting a bit thirsty by now. But thanks for your attention this morning. Monica, Wolfgang, thank you so much. You're going to be around for 2 days?
Yes.
Please grab them, you have your question afterwards, grab them and take them to one side, have a chat with them. But thanks for your attention this morning. Enjoy your coffee. Thank you so much.
We would like to thank you also from EAI, Education with Appreciation.
Oh, thank you. Great. I never got such a thing. After a talk. Nice. Yeah.
Also.
technical session, number 1. My name is Bruno Mendes da Silva. I will be the chair of this session. So I invite Vladimir Ekman to present his communication engaging with him visitors with AI generated narration and gameplay. I hope Vladimir is here with us. No, no. Vladimir from University of Applied Science.
Can you see me and hear me?
Okay. Hello, Vladimir.
Hello.
Thank you so much to be here with us.
Yeah, thank you too.
Let you know that you have 15 minutes as agreed to make your presentation, and then you have 5 minutes for question and answer. So I give you the floor. Thank you very much.
Can I have the share permission? Okay. Do you see my slides? Okay. Okay, I see my slides too. So we can start. Can you hear me clear?
Yes.
And loud? Okay, nice. Okay, then let me start. Hello everyone and welcome. Today I want to talk about the paper Engaging Museum Visitors with AI Generated Narration and Gameplay, which I wrote with my fellow students and with my professor Matthias Wölfe from Hochschule Karlsruhe, University of Applied Science. We start this as a semester project, and our target was to develop an AI-supported application for a museum. Therefore, we visited a Badische Landesmuseum Karlsruhe and did some online research. After the visit and the research, we motivated our goals with the following points. It must be possible to give access to almost all artifacts in a museum, and this should be present in a user-friendly way, raise interests and, of course, entertainment. One idea that we all liked right away was gamification. For this, we use the game Scavenger Hunt. This idea was followed up and we found a few similar approaches, which I will briefly present in the next slide. These were the recent works. Here we first looked at, how AI is already being used in museum, namely as data analysis, to segment a cluster or a large amount of data, as well as to find, identify, and link the data to generate a better analysis of a visitor behavior. The next use case is to restore artworks, like such coloring old photographs or images. And then, of course, the generation of artworks. Here, the best known model being Dolly. As you can see, image above, this is a generated image from the text using Dolly 2. However, we also found an approach that went in our direction, namely Storyteller. This is a prototype uses an AI speech recognition model by listening to a conversation, and after that it's tried to match it with artworks from a museum. In the end, the collected data can be shared or an AI-generated museum tour could be enjoyed. Ping, the museum app, is the next approach, as you see in the left image. Some example of this. It used the familiar Tinder mechanic. For example, a user can have a date with an object that he is interested in. This allows, of course, for personalization and more playful exploration of exhibits. With these approaches in mind, we made the following design considerations. To provide a unique experience with customizable selected objects, attention must be paid to the order in which the objects are presented and how they are connected. Since this is complex, an automated process is definitely needed here. The other consideration is in relation to a semi-public space, as you can see as example in the left image. If one plans to install a public display in such location, it is important to strike a balance between attracting the attention of interest people and avoiding annoying those who are not interested. As for this, a potential user needs to be motivated by challenges, curiosity, and freedom. We try to achieve this balance with subtle but stylized art style, which is accompanied with interesting companions, and as well as we try to arouse curiosity with a teaser of a game plan. With this consideration in mind, we then proceed to the next step, the onboarding. To motivate visitors to interact with the installation, we use proactive addressing through two characters, as you can see in the slides. One of them, this tool will guide the visitors through the whole game. One of them present the fact-based content, and the other the generated content. You are welcome to guess which one of these used which content. Furthermore, in the onboarding phase, the visitor learns the most important information to play the game. And also, to generate more sympathy between agent and the visitors, we use a mechanism to react to the presence and the gesture of the visitor. So after onboarding, the narration creation needs to be followed. After onboarding the visitor, the items have to be selected and the narration has to be generated. We limited the selection of the items to 5 that are randomly selected, of course, for the beta version, because only 4 games have been realized and the 5th item serves as an additional random information for the generation process. After the selection, the items are linked by their keywords and then translated into English, because there is the better generated story with a GPT-3 model. After this, the GPT-3 model is configured and executed with the so-called first showed mode. And we have a generated story created. In the last step, the story is split into sub-steps. And with a word embedding, an item with its keywords is matched to the sub-steps with the best match method. So after the generation process is finished, gameplay follows. In the game, the visitor follows the narration step by step, solving the task in the form of mini games, where future information from items is displayed or are displayed after each mini game. Also, after each mini game, a score is counted, which is used to award with a trophy at the end of the game. A usual run takes about 20 minutes, and the whole game can be played with a group or also alone. It depends only on the one who stands in the sweet spot. This one controls the whole game. After these considerations, follow an implementation. But before this, let's look at the technical setup that we used. Okay. This is as such hardware and software. The client application has been realized on a large projection screen, as you've seen the slide before. This was touchless. We used a touchless control. For this touchless control, we use a natural user interface, which is implemented with Azure Kinect, that is used with own developed software, Kinetic Space for gesture recognition. The client application is realized with React, which run on a full screen browser window. The narration is generated and transferred on via Flask backend server. For the generation process, we used NLP models. In detail, we used fast text for word embedding, DeepL for translating, and GPT-3 for generating. For the search for object game that comes next, we use two image processing models. The first one called Mask RCNN and the second Epsilon OLO version 5. We use these two in order to get a better prediction on the paintings. After specifying the hardware and the software, as well implementing the applications, it's time to play the games. The first game is called Search for Object. In this game, the player has to find a list of objects that should be present in the painting. When an object is found, a transparent segmentation mask is placed over the object. The game ends when all the objects have been found, or the number of atoms, which is 1.5 times the number of objects, has been reached. The number of atoms at the end is the score. To find the objects, the player must point to the object with a gesture, as you see on the slide. So much for this game. More detail can be found in the paper. For now, let's move to the other two mini-games. The Rotate Master is based on a game called Simon Says. One giving arbitrary commands there. But here you have to imitate the rotation of a 3D object by using a 3D printed museum object. And in this, for the imitation, the 3D object has a national measurement unit in there. This allows to track the rotation and therefore also gives the opportunity to evaluate it. We limited the rotation to pitch and roll axis to lower the difficulty level. A maximum of 3 different levels are used here. In the shadow match game, the player must try to rotate his object so that it matches the giving shadow images. On the left is the shadow that needs to be compared. And on the right is the current shadow with the 3D object that is need to be rotated. The comparison of these two shadows is done by binarized images and some algorithm. To finish this game, you have to compare 3 shadow projections. At the end, the score are dependent on the completion of the level. So after this follows the last mini game, so call it Actum Floor Projection. This game is based on a German TV children's series called Actors Super Special. The basic idea is here to hide the 3D objects with other objects. Here, for example, animals that are hibernating under a large number of leaves. Before this game starts, the 3D objects are shown with the animals for 7 seconds. After this, they are covered with many leaves. Now a player has 90 seconds to find the 3D objects, and it's not allowed to touch the animals, or the game is over. The score is counted up with the collection's objects before the game is over. So much for now about the games and the most content of our paper. Now let's move to discussion and outlook. First of all, when using AI in a museum context, issues of privacy, bias, and general awareness should not be ignored. The other thing is, in general, there are ethical concerns when using AI models. For example, the models may lead to misinterpretation when translating because they are trained with content from the internet and books. There is also the possibility of derogatory words and racist, sexist, or toxic language. It is very difficult to intervene in such models because they keep on training with each translation. Another thing is how to communicate that the content is generated by machine. Here's the topic explainable AI. Herefore, we used a narrative called science fictional AI. Therefore, we use our robot as an avatar. as you saw in the slides before. We see this as a potential solution approach for future works. So much for now about our paper. Now we have time for questions, and I thank you for your listening.
Thank you so much, Vladimir, to respect the 15 minutes time for your presentation. It was a very, very nice presentation. And I will open the floor for questions. We have this session more than one communications about the museum's apps. So I'm sure there will be some connecting points and some issues that we can discuss all together. So please, if anyone want to make a question to Vladimir? Yes, please.
Hi, Vladimir. Can I just talk loud or thank you. Okay. Well, hello. I am Stefan from EAI in Berlin. Thank you for the very nice and interesting presentation. I asked myself if you could elaborate a little bit more on the GPT-3 usage. So I asked myself, where does the content about the 5 exhibits come from, and how is the content interconnected then between the exhibits? I don't know if you have an example for that, or if you can tell something.
I have not example right here now in my presentation, but it's also an example in the paper. For the configuration part, we used, of course, the Da Vinci model from GPT-3. And there are some parameters that I need to set, like penalty and so on. And for the first shot mode, we link the keywords of random selected items from a museum, random selected, because we want to reach every item that museum has. And then we link them through the keywords. After the link of the keywords, we do translate these keywords, and then for a better generation of the story. And then we give this with the first so-called first shot mode to GPT-3. In this first shot mode, I tell them, okay, I have the topic adventure story, and these are the keywords. And I start with the first shot, where then is described the adventure story begins with. And after this, the GPT-3 model tries to generate a readable story. I hope I can help you.
Okay, yes, maybe I can ask one follow-up question here, because I still have the microphone in my hands. I wanted to ask if the translation on the one hand side isn't a source of error as well, and on the other side, the statistical language model, if you try to interconnect keywords with it, how can you assure that that the content that is produced has really something to do with the object, so that it makes sense, or is that not planned?
That's not that easy, but the GPT model do it really fine. Of course, to the translation problem, I think the museum keywords are sometimes translated in English too, so that is not a problem. But there can be a problem if that the translation model doesn't know these words. But in our experiment, we don't have some problems. That's why we don't look at this issue. And the other part is, let me think. Can you repeat the other part again?
Yeah, the other part is about the statistical behavior of a large language model, because if you try to interconnect single keywords, the language model, I thought I know the language model will manage that, But my question is, does the content that is being produced really has to do something with the objects?
No, that has nothing to do with the object, because it is a generated story from the model itself. There are some keywords from the objects in the meaning of, okay, he uses the keywords in the content, and that was really needed for us to create after this some mini games, because we could then connect the generated text with the items and their keywords. So the thing is, what the GPT-3 created afterwards is a really readable story with the keywords in there. Like if you have the keyword sword, he uses in the story, oh, a warrior appeared with his big sword, and so on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you too.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vladimir, for your answers, and thank you, Stefan, for your questions. And please invite you, Stefan, to join me in the table. He will present his communication user experience of a conventional conversational user interface in a museum. Thank you, Stefan. Please take a seat.
Can I use that?
Yeah. It's on the presentation.
So, hello, everybody. Can everybody see also online my presentation? Yeah, I hope so.
You have to make the Zoom.
There is a technical stuff happening. Okay.
Yeah. The green's here and the sound.
Okay, hello again, everybody. So my name is Stefan Schaffer. I am from the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence. And today I want to present our paper about the user experience of a conversational user interface in a museum. And I don't know if you were present at ArtsIT 2021. There we already began our story about that project with another paper. I will briefly talk about it later. So the subtitle is News from the Chatbot in the Museum Field Test. We did that together with the company Linon Medien and the Städel Museum in Frankfurt, and the research was funded by the German Research Ministry. So let me talk about a little bit about Jim in a nutshell. So the chatbot in the museum is an AI-based chatbot prototype that uses conversational interaction, and the users are able to directly ask questions about the objects and receive answers. What we try is that these answers actually match the objects, so to say, yeah, so that the answer that is being produced really has something to do with the object. We evaluated in this project the system in the Städel Museum in Frankfurt, and we collected data about the user experience, also about the system usage using a specific system questionnaire, and also qualitative feedback. So let me introduce you our idea. So we thought that sometimes it's happening that somebody is standing inside the museum, and at first they do not want to be told everything, and they just want to look. And this is actually for people who usually are used to use maybe audio guides or multimedia guides. And if you use these systems, you get a kind of one-way communication. So they are just telling you stories about the objects there. But if you have a question, you are not really able to ask. You just have to take the tour through the museum with the human guide. But then, if I'm standing in front of the object, I actually want to ask these questions. But what if the human guide is not available? Or if you think your question is too silly and you don't want to ask it therefore. So last year we presented our work, how was it called? Questions and Answers, Important Steps to Let AI Chatbots Question Answers in the Museum. And there we already built the foundation, so to say, for the field test that we conducted now. And one important point here was that, of course, the question pops up, what do the visitors actually ask? And there are different kinds of questions. On the one hand side, factual questions like when was the picture painted? And these questions can actually be answered by a museum database, for example, if such a database is available. On the other hand, there are open questions like, what is the story behind the picture? And with these questions, it's of course a little bit different. And what we did not want is to let GPT-3 just create a narration about keywords, which can of course make sense, but we wanted to, we have an educational background here, so to say. In this work last year, we actually built 12 content types, which you can see here, but for now it's enough that these content types actually can be used in order to improve the quality or accuracy of the natural language understanding part of the system. So this just as a background. And now a few insights into Chin, the chatbot in the museum. For this project, we selected 15 objects in the Städel Museum. So of course, we did not use all objects because it just gets too much for a research project then, but we selected these nice 15 objects and integrated them into our system. Not only the objects, also the answering capabilities, of course. So to get started with the system, here you can see a screenshot of my smartphone that I have here. Actually, I recorded the video yesterday, and you can try it out afterwards if you are here in Faro and like to do. So in the video, you will see how in the test setup, a pseudonym is chosen, the test introduction, the system description, and the object selection and the museum map. So now at first a pseudonym is given because we need that for the user test. If you do not integrate a pseudonym, an error pops up. So, but this is not so important now. Now we have the test introduction for the users. They can read it through.
Hallo, bitte zuerst auf alle Werke anzeigen, tippen und ein Bild auswählen. Dann können Sie Ihre Fragen stellen.
This is system description.
Spracheingabe funktioniert, indem Sie kurz das Mikrofonsymbol berühren. Für schriftliche Eingaben unten ins Textfeld tippen. Fragezeichen müssen nicht gemacht werden.
So now the users should know how the system can be used. It's quite easy. Next you see the object selection. We have here the objects as a list. We can also sort it in a different way.
Bild im Stockwerksplan anzeigen.
And then we also integrated a map of the museum so that the visitors can see where the objects are.
Okay. Wenn Sie wollen, können Sie jetzt Fragen stellen.
And now we are actually ready to ask questions. What I wanted to mention here is that in the project, we also experimented with other input modes for the objects. We, for example, used image detection so that you can just use your smartphone camera in order to detect the object automatically. And we also use beacons in order to, for example, sort the objects that are nearby you in the upper part of the list. However, at the end, it turned out with these 15 objects, which were quite distributed over the whole museum, this whole interaction thing just did not make sense. because you were then standing in front of one of these objects and you can directly see it on the list, for example, and you can just select it. And then using image recognition just causes one extra source of error here. So we decided not to do that. Now we come to the interesting part, which is the questions itself. So here's an example for a fact question that is asked to the system.
Wie groß ist dieses Bild in Wirklichkeit?
Größe des Bildes ist 280,0 mal 450,0 Zentimeter.
So here it's a little bit bigger, at least, not the real size. I guess at the virtual participants will see it quite small on their screens, and in reality, this this picture is really impressive. And now another question for an open. Now as an example for an open question.
Wer sind die Personen auf dem Bild?
Claude Monet zeigt seine spätere Ehefrau Camille zusammen mit dem gemeinsamen Sohn Jean am Tisch. Am Fenster lehnt eine Besucherin und dahinter schließt eine Bedienstete den Wäscheschrank. Nicht zu sehen ist Monet selbst. Für ihn ist der Platz vorne mit der bereitliegenden Zeitung, dem Le Figaro, reserviert.
So, and at least the people who can understand German, I don't know if there's somebody here in the group, I guess you heard that the word Camille was not pronounced correctly. And this is one of the actual problems that these text-to-speech engines actually have, that with different languages that are being combined in one text, they often have problems. And of course, also with so-called Eigennamen, names of named entities or human beings is not so easy. So how did we create, or where did we get the contents from for this system? It was actually the audio guide text of the company Linon Medien. Yeah, we use mainly these texts, especially in order to answer the open questions. Last year, we did this question collection, and thereby we recognized that for many questions, we do not have an answer in these audio guide texts, of course. And therefore, we add additional questions and answers to the system, where we use then the catalog texts about the objects and created new text, and other data source was, of course, the Städel database. Then we had to annotate questions and answers in order to do the matching. This is done by NLU model called RASA NLU. And the whole natural language processing stack then exists of that RASA-based model, and then a natural language understanding model called BERT, which matches documents and questions together. Here, we also use our content type matching that we created last year in the paper. And the last fallback is then a cosine similarity. So let's come to the field test. The field test was conducted at the Städel Museum, and the main task of the participants was to ask at least one question about the objects. And this, they should do it for at least 6 different objects. So here you can see that the questionnaire was directly integrated in the application. And there were questions for the user experience. And then this is an important question. I will highlight this later again. And there's another important question. So I have to hurry up a little bit, I think. So the participants that took part in the tests were 140 in total. Of course, they were able to visit the museum like they wanted, and therefore everybody had its own way, and some obviously have chosen not to use the system so much, or they did not have time or didn't want to fill out the questionnaire at the end. So at the end, it turned out that for this analysis, 95 provided sufficient data. And yeah, of course, we have information from these who filled out the questionnaire about their gender, their age, but what was even more important then also about the interactions. And what is interesting here is that over 2,000 questions were made, and yeah, it is quite hard to go through all this data and to label it now. But in average, at least 24 questions were asked per visitor. Okay, I see I'm running out of time. So here are the most important results. So the user experience overall was medium. The main reason for that is a spoiler here. Actually, the performance of the natural language understanding was just medium, about 60%. And here we asked about the audio guide usage, and this is actually quite interesting. And the insight was that the chatbot could be a useful addition for people who would not choose an audio guide system. So you have an additional channel for the museum visitors. The other important result was that the quality of the voice output is actually a decisive factor in evaluating the attractiveness of the system. So that just means that the voice of the system is important for the users. We also gathered some qualitative feedback. You can find that as well in the paper. Important was for us that it's also mostly stuff that is regarding the user experience of the system. So to conclude, we have to tweak our NLU quality, and we want to further work on that project to use a chatbot as a tool for more participation. And yeah, we will improve the UX, and then we hope that this will be a good basis for a future guiding system in the museum. So I'm happy to connect and for your questions if some time is left.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Stefan, for your great presentation. It's very interesting, this interface. I'm sure someone has something to ask about this interface in here with us. Yes, please.
Nice to be here. Thank you for your great talk. It's a new dimension for the museum visits in Germany. I hope I will goes well. So my question is, the first question is like, is it an online app or an offline app? And if it's online, then for example, you show the picture of the food, eating food. So if I just ask a general question about it, which is not relevant to the museum, the picture, and it's all the food, like what was the famous food at that time, and is it available now, and which restaurant? So it's kind of general questions, people can ask, maybe to the guide, the human guide. But yeah, I think if it's online, then can we use kind of GPT tools and map information to get more information about the inside of the local place and stuff, which will be really amazing for people like me.
Yeah, okay. So the app at first is a demonstrator, and as a demonstrator, it is not a final product. So the app is not available in the App Store now. Yeah, we just tested this for 1 week in the Städte Museum, and then the test was over, and now it is secure on my smartphone. You can test it if you want. So at first, this answer. And the other thing is that regarding the questions, you can of course ask any question that comes into your mind. And the problem, if an object is selected, that the app mostly gives you an answer. So, and this is in the nature of the statistical language model, of course. It just browses through the text and looks, okay, what fits up best to the answer, to the question, sorry, and gives this out. Of course, we can here, and we do work with probabilities here, for example, and and sometimes it really says, okay, I think I don't have an answer for you. What we also did, if not no picture is selected, that you can, for example, ask for the wardrobe or ask for the bathroom or something like that. So museum-specific information is also integrated. Yeah, did I leave something out?
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. You mentioned that you choose 15 objects. So I would like to ask you, what was if you can elaborate on the criterion to choose this particular 15 objects, why that particular one?
Okay, this was actually something that our partner Lunar Medien did here, because they know the objects and the exhibition very well. They wrote each and every word of these texts on their own. And so we had one criterion was that we wanted to pick from every part of the exhibition something, because the Städel Museum has 3 big parts, from modern to older pictures. And we wanted to pick from each part. And then for some objects, we had just more information. And if we have more background information, we can of course create better answers. We have a better answer database. And yeah, these were, so to say, the highlight pictures. And yeah, we took these first where we had more data.
Thank you so much. Any final questions, please? Anyone? Thank you so much, Stefan.
Thank you.
So now I would like to ask John Marbert from University of Philippines in Manila to join us with his presentation about digital game-based second language learning. Thank you so much, John.
Yeah. You have to make the presentations for Zoom here. So no, you with the final. No. Here. Here. Then no. I have to make the Zoom here. Zoom. The share. Share this one. You have sound? Oh no sound.
So good morning, everyone. So I'm Marbert Marasigan, and I will be presenting our paper on digital game-based second language learning of JLPT N5 and N4 grammatical concepts for Japanese. So we're from the Department of Physical Sciences and Mathematics in the College of Arts and Sciences from the University of the Philippines, Manila. So I'd like to first introduce our topic. So the Japanese language is actually one of the world's major languages, which comprises of more than 128 million speakers worldwide. It is primarily spoken in the Japanese archipelago and is actually known as a language isolate. So when you say it's a language isolate, it means that there's no other language that is similar to it in its origins. So the United States Foreign Service Institute has actually classified it as a category 4, or the super hard language, which means Japanese is exceptionally difficult to learn for native English speakers. It actually requires, if I'm not mistaken, at least 2,200 hours of class time to be able to learn Japanese. So other languages in this category actually includes Korean, Chinese, both Cantonese and Mandarin, as well as Arabic. So for those who would want to study in Japan or work in Japan, there are actually a lot of certification exams available. So the business Japanese test is actually focused on those who want to use Japanese in the business setting. Then for those who are actually native speakers, we have the Nihongo Kentei. Then we have the J test, which focuses on practicality, while the most famous one is actually the Japanese language proficiency test. And it's actually it's actually required if you want to pursue medical studies in Japan. So the Japanese language proficiency test, or also known as the JLPT, is actually the most known among second language learners of Japanese. So it was first offered in 1984 by the Association of International Education, and it's actually the largest scale standardized test of its kind. And there are 5 stages in the certification. We have N5 being the easiest or the most basic, while N1 to be the most difficult. If I'm not mistaken, I have a friend who is currently studying in Japan. They're required to take at least and 4 and 3 to be able to take a master's degree to study in a Japanese university. So, learning another language could actually be very daunting, especially if it's from one of the category 4 languages like Chinese, Japanese, or Korean. And according to literature, learning a language hinges on these 3 things. We have input, output, and feedback. And the most traditional method, if you want to learn another language, is actually to enroll in a class. So you would want to go to foreign language classrooms. But some, since maybe because they have budget constraints, or maybe because the class times are not congruent to their work setting, they might opt to learn the language by themselves, so through self-learning. So it's actually usually done through reading texts, reading books, or even using flashcards. But nowadays, self-learning has become more viable with the introduction of games. Video games actually make a very substantial portion of the screen time of the generation now. And so people have leveraged video games for digital language learning. So the interest in integrating language acquisition to digital games has increased, and we have actually research for that, which is computer-assisted language learning. And a subfield under computer-assisted language learning is the digital game-based language learning, or the DGBLL. So DGBLL is the field that studies the integration of game elements in the delivery of language learning content. And it has observed positive outcomes for learners, most notably in vocabulary acquisition. But there are actually, according to some reviews, there are actually a scarcity in grammar acquisition. So most of the papers on DGBLL has actually focused on the vocabulary part rather than the grammar part. And a lot of those papers as well actually focused on commercial games and not on the self-developed games. But most recently, there are actually works on DGBLL that includes self-developed games. So the problem recently is that many previous studies on DGBLL have been found to have a distinct effectiveness in vocabulary expansion, but the same cannot be said on grammar itself. So this study will tackle the question along with the scarcity of development-focused studies in the field by developing a game for the learning of such grammatical concepts. So we would want to develop a game by ourselves instead of relying on a commercial game for Japanese grammar. So I'd like now to discuss some of the related work. So in a study by, I hope I pronounced the surname right, by Bjorner et al., they have shown that there is actually an increase in engagement when learners uses games in their assignments. So they have used games in homeworks and assignments for students. Now, the use of game-based learning in language acquisition, again, is known as DGBLL, or the digital game-based language learning. And it's noted by the study of Poole and Jody that DGBLL provides affordances such as learner motivation, engagement, and immediate feedback. So a lot of multiplayer DGBLL studies have been noted. 2 of this include by Hofmer, where they use Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. And of course, the most recently and the most famous one is Among Us. Some of you might have heard of the game, and especially during the pandemic when kids were really playing this game a lot. Among Us and Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes are multiplayer games, so they involve more than one player, and they're actually focused on language transfer in cooperative communication games. Now, there are also development-focused DGBLL games, actually. One such example geared towards Japanese is Kanakatana, which is they used RPG elements to teach Japanese spelling. And they have
there are two studies, one by Mod and one by Wang. They're focused on speaking. And there's also a master's thesis that we found by Fina that actually teaches language that leverages story and narrative. And HoloLingo and actually Words in Motion, these two actually leverage virtual reality in developing digital game-based language learning. So in terms of grammar acquisition, again, as mentioned, most of these studies actually focus on vocabulary than grammar. But there are actually a few studies like Throwback Time and the gamification of Turkish language by, I hope I'm not pronouncing this wrong, Erigit and his colleagues, is that for Erigit, they focused on the Turkish language and they gamified it, they created a game around it, and they focused on Turkish grammar. Okay. Sorry. Let's now proceed to our methodology and the results. So the way we approach this is we developed a game called Bunshiki. It's actually developed in Unity. And there are two modes to the game. We have the story mode and the endless mode. And for the story mode, we actually have 6 levels for it. Okay? So the gameplay mechanics are actually made to be congruent to Japanese grammar acquisition. So here's the landing page of the game, Bunshiki. So this is the main menu. When you open the game, you can see the main menu. And now, the story mode is where the player actually can learn Japanese grammatical concepts. It has 6 levels with, on the left is the story section, and on the right is the combat section. Okay. So the story section is basically the narrative part of the game. So it introduces the world of characters of Bunshiki and immerses the player. While the actual learning happens usually during the combat mode. So it is where the player is most exposed to learning. And here the player can move and shoot elements in a shoot 'em up style gameplay. So we have enemies in the combat section. So the enemies would attack the player with groups of words and sentences. And these appear in a pattern that allows the player to learn through techniques associated with the focus on form philosophy of grammar pedagogy. The focus on form pedagogy is a newer method which focuses on the meaning and exposes the learner to the language itself. While the second part, the spells, is actually a focus on forms. This is the traditional way of learning language. So this is similar to when you learn English. You have to learn about the subject-verb agreement, the singular, plural nouns, etc. So the focus on forms actually focuses on rules, unlike the focus on form, which focuses on meaning and exposure to the actual language. So now we also have the endless mode, is where the player can actually practice the grammar learned in an arcade-style gameplay. This is very much similar to the combat section in your story mode, but of course they're different in the ways that there are endless enemies and that all the spells are unlocked for you. Okay. So once we developed the game, we actually made the pre and post testing part for this as well. So we've gathered 25 participants from the university, okay, and they were done through purposive sampling. So we just chose who might be fit through the criteria. We made sure that none of them had familiarity in Japanese. So they're starting literally from ground zero in Japanese. And we gave them a pre-test on their Japanese language familiarity with the Japanese language. Of course, since anime is also a big part in Philippine culture, so some of them might have heard these expressions here and there, but they're not really familiar in its usage. So some may score high, but some may score very low, especially in the pre-testing. Then they were given 7 days to play the game. And after 7 days, they will be given a post-test to evaluate if there's an effect to their knowledge of the grammar, of Japanese grammar. So apart from the pre-test and post-test, we also conducted a usability test. The questionnaire we used here is the Guess 18 questionnaire. And prior to the prior to finishing the development of the game, we actually asked 5 playtesters to play through a prototype, and then we asked for their feedback. And after their feedback was given, my advisee actually made tweaks to the game and then deployed it to the participants. Then after deploying it to the participants, we also used the same questionnaire to evaluate the system, and we gave them to the 25 participants during the post-test. Okay. So now for the results of the pre-test and post-test, we actually here you can see that there's a mean of 11, and during the pre-test and a mean of 14 in the post-test. So these are the correct answers given. So we put it in a one group pair t-test result and showed that it's not by chance. So there is actually definitely an improvement from results. Finally, we also have the usability in the GUESS 18. Here we can see that we have scored fairly high on personal gratification, graphics, enjoyment, playability, and narrative. These scored above 5. This is actually a 7-point Likert scale, with 7 being the highest and 1 being the lowest. Now, of course, you could see that engrossment scored pretty low, but it's actually not really, we cannot say it's a negative or a positive, because a game that can be too engrossing might yield negative benefits. Of course, we still need to look into that as well. So to conclude, this paper has proposed and developed a game with the goal of facilitating Japanese grammar acquisition. And from the results of the t-test over the pre-test and post-test scores of the participants, it can be concluded that there is significant evidence that the game is effective in helping the players' learning of Japanese JLPT N5 to N4 grammatical concepts. Of course, the results from the GUESS 18 questionnaire similarly yielded positive results. And as mentioned, the engrossment category might be the lowest, but the effect should still be investigated. So some recommendations, we would want to improve the game as well. So as well as the database we might need to expand to N3 to N1. Then we could also explore other genres, like we could have adventure and action. Of course, we would want to have more participants in the study and maybe longer exposure times. And since this was developed during the pandemic and tested during the pandemic, we were not able to supervise those who played the game that strictly. So we would want it to be supervised so that we would know if so that the results might be more concrete and conclusive. And then we would also want to compare if it's a game-based versus classroom-based versus a self-study type. And of course, we would want to explore more diverse languages in gamification. So I hope there's still time for questions. Thank you very much.
John, it's always nice when we see a student games. Actually, it looks fun, sounds fun to play with. Thank you. So I'll open the floor for question. Yes, please.
Yes, really interesting. Thank you very much. Oh, my name is Thank you very much for this presentation. My question is about the students and why they want to learn Japanese in the first place. And do you think that there is a connection if they are already playing games and it might be easier for them to use a game to learn Japanese? I'm thinking about the motivation for learning Japanese. This is sometimes called intrinsic motivation, and I think also in a way games can be a way to give intrinsic motivation. I know a lot of people have wanted to start studying Japanese so that they can play Japanese games, for example. So can you talk about the dynamics of that?
Unfortunately, we're not able to study their motivation. We're not able to ask them. But if I'm not mistaken, when we gathered the participants, they were actually from not a Japanese organization, but a student organization who has interest in Japanese culture. Not all of them could really understand Japanese, but they really appreciated Japanese culture. So that might be a very big factor in their motivation to learn the language. I'm not sure, but I have heard some who said that they wanted to understand the movie they're watching, primarily the animes, because, you know, when they speak, they have to have subtitles, and sometimes the subtitles might be
might not have accurate translations because the language will have some nuances between example English and Japanese. There are expressions in Japanese that cannot be accurately translated into English. So some of them have that motivation to really understand the movies they're watching. But in terms of when you say to play Japanese games, I'm not quite sure into that yet. But yeah, it's worth investigating. Thank you.
Yes, please.
You watching your presentation and your game, it's easy to think about tourism growth, which I guess industry, which has very likely been by the structure. Why do you thought that it was important to push much more on the game part of the project compared to these other bigger platform?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen Duolingo that much yet. But the thing with our project is that we have integrated some of the popular genres in gaming. So one of the most popular ones recently is RPG. So we've leveraged RPG and narratives in our game so that it might be much more enjoyable for those who would want to learn Japanese. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. So we're gonna skip for now, we're gonna skip the review of game design techniques for managing suspense, because I believe it's will be transmitted on recorded video, so it's not, am I correct? We're gonna come back to this communication paper later, and now we're gonna move on to designing virtual guides characteristics for remote tourism in the Arctic. From TV, I'm not sure if my accent is, I'm sure my accent is not correct, but I'll come back to the journey.
Oh, I want to transfer here, and then I have another one coming after that. How do I get to full screen? Yes.
It's
one.
No.
Well, it's oh there.
Yeah, I have to. Is it this one?
Yep. How do I switch it from? Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Siiri Paananen, and I'm here to present our paper, Designing Virtual Guide Characteristics for Remote Tourism in the Arctic. And the first author, Sanni Mustonen, couldn't be here, but I'm presenting in her behalf. And we also made this together with Jonna Häkkilä. And I'm from the University of Lapland Faculty of Arts and Design, and we are researching this kind of remote tourism experiences and using technologies to enable them. Yeah, so in this case, we wanted to study the effect of the virtual guides' appearance on the user experience and the reception of the guides. And all of the guides were designed for the sub-Arctic or Arctic area, as we are located in the Arctic Circle, so in the Finnish Lapland. And we want this to be like a background research for better remote tourism experiences. And we wanted also to take into account these local features that the guides may have when they are using remote experiences. And here you can see the landscape, so it's a bit different than here. And some of the benefits, for example, of these remote experiences is that they can reduce the carbon footprint, as we are all worried about this. And of course, now there has been the COVID pandemic, so this kind of remote tourism can enable that distant visiting somewhere. And also it can protect the sensitive natural areas, so not so many people walk in a sensitive nature and so on. And of course, it can add to real life experiences, such as we have seen this audio guide being used, and or seeing a guide if you can't hear, and also enabling different languages to be implemented in the software. And of course, guide availability can be one thing. So if you can't book a guide, maybe you can get a virtual guide instead. So to study this, we conducted a research, user study at the campus, and we had 15 design students. Half of them were from Finland and half of them were exchange students from abroad. And there were two phases in this research. So in the first phase, we asked them to design how would a virtual guide look like for the Arctic context. And they had to sketch it and also answer some questions. I will show you the template later. And in the phase B, we asked them to evaluate pre-made designs that were created by the first author of this paper. And then we also asked them to fill a questionnaire about this guide design. So what did they think about them and which one was their favorite and least favorite? And we also had, previously we have done work with this, for example, AR apps and using historical characters, like real historical persons in the apps. So we also included one fictional person here to maybe ask them what did they think about this. And so here is the phase A, the design template. So they could imagine what would this kind of guide look like. And here are the four designs that was created by the first author. So we have these different cultural and tourism aspects of the area represented. So we have this kind of wilderness with a dog and this very like outdoors look. Then this woman from city who is very sporty and drives a bike. And then we had this Christmas tourism that is big in the area, also represented as this elf character and bringing in the traditional wear and the clothes, for example. And then on the right, there is this historical figure that we included. So she was a real artist living in up like 100 years ago in the area. And yeah, so the focus was on the guide's appearance, and we created them as 2D drawings, but we were thinking that this could be applied to like any like 3D, any kind of medium. So we were not focusing on that aspect. And we showed them as this mobile app mock-ups, so they would be in some kind of context for the participants. And we didn't really create complex personalities for the characters other than the small thing that they say here. So they present themselves. So this is what the participants were evaluating in phase B. Yeah, so after the participants had created the guides on our template, we classified them and we identified 3 different types. So there were animals, human guides, and then other, which were like avatars, such as a snowflake or other kinds of guides. And then we also sort them by guiding style, whether they give audio advice or visual advice or other things. Then their personality, so how did they appear? Were they saying something positive or were they very like neutral? And then the topics, so there were different topics such as if they were guiding about the nature or the local culture and or the food. And then we would rate this by frequency and also compare the local and exchange students. And we also asked them about these most important features for a guide that was coded by category. And here are some of the designs by the students. So here you can see like the avatar type of guide, then this Arctic fox, like an animal, and then a city guide who is human and going around the city. And in the phase B, where the designed by others were evaluated, we used this constructivist grounded theory method. So we didn't have any ready framework or other stuff. We were just categorizing the answers based on what we could find out of them. And first, there was 2 researchers who created the categories and had discussion about them, like what did we see from the data, and then created these code categories and a code book. And then a 3rd researcher could then confirm the code. And then we ranked the codes by frequency to see like what things came up the most. And then also we tried to think about or find out the reasons why the students ranked some characters best or the worst. So here are the coded answers for the characters. So these are the most important features in virtual guides in general we could find. I mean, like the 3 things we tried to find was the most important features, differences between real and virtual guides, and features of evaluated guides. And you can see those here. So we, the most thing that came up was the personality and unique features. And here are the character ratings. So the people rated Kari, the wilderness guide, the best, and the historical character was ranked at the worst. We think it might be because they don't know who she is. We didn't tell them beforehand. And the Ida, the city guide, was seen to be the most neutral as it received all of these worst ratings. So the findings. So about these virtual characters, the participant valued when there was this effortless, or if there would be effortless communication, so they would like the guide to communicate well and have a good personality, likable personality. And a lot of people had some interesting the possibilities of a digital guide they can offer compared to a real person, such as giving a certain information or being available anytime. And we noticed that the personality was judged based on appearance. So they were judging them like, okay, that person looks like annoying or nice or things like that. So the clothing and the body language also says a lot about the virtual guide character. And we noticed that some of the participants felt connected to a guide that was somehow similar to them. So for example, the same age or same gender. So here are the most important features and the differences between real and virtual guide code categories. And more findings. So the features that showed a local connection to the area were appreciated, so that they could see that, okay, this virtual guide belongs to this area. That makes sense. I want to get guidance from them. They clearly know what they are talking about. And like they were also commenting on like if the guide would fare well in the nature, for example, if their clothes looked that they know about nature and how to survive there. And we also received some critical notions about this Christmas tourism and how it's been commercialized, because we have this elf character in there. And we found out when we looked at the results that the characters that were perceived to be the best, they also had a good, were thought to have a good personality and also a local connection. So maybe that's something to think about when designing virtual characters. And about this historical character case, so Maya is the virtual guide that was based on a real person, and after we told them that this was a real character, based on a real character, half of them changed their perception. So they thought it was like a nice character. And they also cited that it was like a stronger connection to the local place with this knowledge that they received. And so some limitation and future work. Well, we had a small sample size, and all of the participants, as they were the students at the university, they were kind of from the same age group and had similar background, being design students. And of course, the guides were only shown as static images, so there was no animation or other things to give more more context. And we think that we could, like further testing should be done with the actual software, as this was only pictures. And we wish for more research on this kind of historical characters as guides to bring out the local history of places. Yeah, thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. So now I open the floor for questions to Jimmy. Anyone? Yeah, please.
As a comment, I guess you may eventually go this research about museum visitors from bulk personas, and maybe it would be interesting if you have a bigger sample size, of course, then to look at the specific museum visitor group refers to specific character.
Yeah, I think that's interesting question, and I think these kind of characters can be applied to so many things. Like we noticed today, you had this guiding thing in the museum, so perhaps there could be a persona, or and also like this for if someone wants to do tourism but wants to do it in their own way, maybe they can follow this kind of virtual guide during the.
Anyone for the final question? Yeah, please.
I think just looking at the ranking of the characters, and also maybe that wasn't so basically the characters from history and sort of older perceived characters were ranked lower. So I wonder, could that be because participants don't only want like experience of someone from the time, they also want modern understanding and contextualization, which a more modern character might be able to offer.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the participants were also, as she has a summer dress, participants were commenting on that, like it doesn't look like she can do well in this environment and so on. As we ran the study in November, and then it's cold in Finland. And yeah, that's a good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the answers. I'm going to ask Siri to stay here with me because she will do also the next presentation called User Experience in Virtual Museum, Evaluating, Assessing Street Odyssey, Discovery Tool. Thank you, Siri.
Thank you. I wonder, can the Zoom see? I hope you have patience to listen to me for another presentation.
Sorry.
Now I have to switch my mind to another space. I think it's this one. Okay, so I introduced myself already, but this was also created with written by me, Sirpanen, Sanni Mustonen, Jonna Häkkilä, and Ashley Colley from the University of Lapland. And our paper was called User Experience in Virtual Museum, Evaluating Assassin's Creed Odyssey Discovery Tour. So some background about this study. So as you probably know, serious games and game technologies are increasingly being applied to this different contexts, such as presenting cultural heritage, education and learning, as well as tourism experiences. And the virtual museum as a concept, it allows people to experience content remotely, immersively and interactively, and also they can augment the everyday reality that we live in. So the virtual museum, they take place in this cross-section of technology, cultural heritage, design and art. So a lot of like research or like expertise is needed from all these fields to create good experiences. So history experts and developers should like do work together. And Stylian et al. Have said that virtual museums cannot and do not intend to replace the world museums. That's often a critique that what will happen to the traditional museums, but they suggest that it's like a supplementary thing for physical museums that we go to. And the virtual museum can promote the engaging way of learning, for example. And then there's a question that often comes up about authenticity. So if we make a virtual object, is it authentic, and should it be, or should it be even thought about if it's authentic? And there has been different approaches for that you can find, for example, from Stylian and Lambert. And then some approaches have suggested that we leave blank spaces in virtual environment if we don't know how it actually looked like. So it kind of depends if you want to go for a good experience or like the accurate representation. So our motivation here was to understand the user experience in virtual museums, in this case, Assassin's Creed Odyssey. And we wanted to create this kind of research to aid in the development process for game developers, cultural heritage institutions like museums, and also for designers who work in this field. And in this case, we did not develop an experience, but we evaluated an existing product in the as a virtual museum. So, this is the application that we evaluated in this study. So it's an Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and it's a game series by Ubisoft. And they have published at least 12 main games and also other spin-offs. And there is like a whole transmedia universe of like novels and other type of media. And this software or game actually has a photorealistic world, and it takes place in the world of ancient Greek, and there are locations that many people know, such as the Acropolis of Athens. And then the Discovery Tour was added like later after releasing the game, and as a like this virtual tour where you can go around the world and see the information and objects and the living history. Like Ubisoft has said, it's like a living museum. And Koiron has given some background behind the scenes on the development process. And they had these historical experts working with the game developers. And she said that one of the main attributes of this kind of experience is to see the objects in the context, so that they are not like separate, but they are in the world. You can see the context with the game artist rendering. So we ran this study in a lab setting at the campus, and each of the person did it independently. They had 1 hour to complete the whole study, and they had tech support available. Otherwise, they were doing it independently. First, they received some instructions and filled the background survey. Then they had 15 minutes to go through the introductory tour that is like a tutorial embedded in the game already, or in the tour. And after that, we asked them like first impressions. So they filled a short questionnaire, and then they had 30 minutes of free exploration in the world. And then we also asked in the end questionnaire more questions. And here are the demographics of our participants. So we had 22 participants, 15 of them were students and 7 were staff members. And we had nice gender distribution in this study. And the participant ages ranged from 18 to 55, but most were like in their 20s or 30s. So, and we asked them their interest in museums and history, and they were rather interested, so more positive than negative on that side. And about the participants' background, more than half of the participants had visited some kind of virtual museum or virtual exhibition. most of them had tried a 360 tour on a website. And about the gaming experience, they had varied experience in that. 50% of them reported that they play video games monthly or more often, and 18% said that they never play video games. And around a third of the participants had played the Assassin's Creed game series. So after collecting the data, we performed a thematic coding approach following the Adams et al. Process in HCI research. And we had a similar than in the other study. So 2 researchers did the coding and then third confirmed the codes. And we had 4 questions that were included in this analysis. So in the middle and in the end, we asked them, what were your first impressions? And then we asked what was positive and negative about the tour, and what would they want to add to the tours if they could add anything. So this kind of desired features. And here's our code book after coding all the answers. So we had in the end these 4 different categories that were then turned into a framework. So we created this framework based on the findings from the study. So surrounding the whole user experience. In the middle is usability that is connected to all of these 3 other themes: presence, features, and content. And then I will go through each of these in more detail. For usability and user experience, the most negative thing was the controls and navigation, but that might be due to that they had to use keyboard and mouse in the study, but some of them were used to playing with controllers and not keyboard. And usability was often seen also as a positive thing, as with the controls, and also they liked how the information text was kept short so that they didn't have to read too much at once. And one interesting issue about this was also that one participant commented that they would like to use it, but only on a website, so that it was easy to access, not download some application. And then the participants also asked for some small features, to be added, such as a mini-map to help them navigate, and something so that they could pause the audio, and also that they could listen to the audio while walking and not being in a conversation screen all the time. And then about the features, which consist of this freedom, interaction, and exploration. They were found kind of positive, that there was this gamified elements such as a guide, a quiz, and other things, but other people didn't find it and thought that they were lacking. And of course, in 1 hour, you can't expect them to find each and every feature of the software. Then a lot of the participants appreciated that there was freedom of movement, that they could walk and see the world and climb the buildings or other things, and felt that it helped them to get an understanding of the space and the world and the buildings better. And many wanted more interaction. Either there was too little of interaction or it wasn't complex enough. And for the exploration, it was the experience was often commented that it was a really nice large space that they could explore, and the atmosphere and spatial dimensions were nice. Then about the content, stories, history, and information. Many liked that there was a lot of good quality content and good amount of information. And they also liked that they could choose what topic they are interested in. But maybe some were also not so happy about the method of presenting the thing, so that they got sometimes a little bored with the interaction. And historical content was really commended in the positive aspects and also in the first impressions of the tour. And they enjoyed visiting a past history and being part of this living world. And then the final theme in our framework is presence, which contains feelings, senses, and immersion. And the feelings were expressed both in positive and negative light, for example, being bored by the linear structure or being excited to enter this virtual world. And the senses part included both, for example, auditory and visual aspects, and the visual look and audio was also commented. It was a good thing. And the few participants mentioned that it was immersive and they could get really into the world. So to conclude, here's the framework to get as a whole, and we know that using senses and feelings is important, and also that the accessibility of virtual museums is important, and the controls. So could there be like difficulty settings like there is in games, so that more experienced players can choose harder ones and so on. And a lot of the participants seemed to expect that this was a game and not like a virtual tour. So it could have affected their experience of what they were like expecting and what did they actually get. They wanted more of these gamified things like quests or other elements. And of course, always limitations exist both in virtual and real museums, like for example, how big the space can be, or in traditional museums, how can you present an object that is fragile? But we encourage developers to think about the added benefit that the virtual museum technology can bring to the traditional cultural heritage. And some limitations, of course, we had participants from the staff and students, so the ICT skills were also in this group kind of varied, even though they were a similar age. So in a museum setting, it can be even more diverse, the skill level. And of course, it's mouse and keyboard. And of course, we have to note that this software was originally designed as a game, so it affects all the design choices that the developers have made. And for future work, I suggest maybe this kind of virtual museum categorization could be developed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this very interesting presentation. We are running out of time, but I think we can, if someone really wants to put a question to see, we're gonna open for just one question. Anyone? So thank you, Siri, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're gonna move on to VR Diet Museum. So we keep on going on museums and with software of museums. The virtual experience designed by better learning of reflection on thinking habits and effects. Oren Zhang from Hong Kong Polytechnic University, and I believe Oren Zhang is online with us.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
So I'll give you the floor. You have 15 minutes for your presentation, and then we should have time for 2 or 3 questions in the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, thank you. So let me share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, you can see it. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So hello, I'm Haoran, and today I'm gonna present from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. And today I'm gonna present the work done by me and my supervisor, Dr. Jeffrey Ho. And our work name is VR Diet Museum, a virtual experience designed for better learning and reflection on eating habits and its effects. So okay, so as we know, like in recent years, the environmental problem and sub-health among people have become more and more serious. And we found that these two problems can be largely influenced by people's food choices. And unhealthy diets can harm our health by causing obesity and non-communicable disease, and indirectly cause some problems like psychological and economic disadvantages. And so our current ways of food consumption can also bring some negative effects on the environment. From the research done by Clark, we learned that the current agriculture food production emits around 30% of the global greenhouse gases and occupies about 30% of the Earth's lands, and also cause some nutrient pollution that profoundly alerts the ecosystem and water quality. And also it also accounts for about 70% of the Earth's freshwater withdrawals. So all this data alerts us to re-examine our food choices, and it's necessary for people to think about what lead them to their current diet choice. So after we take a look at the factors that can influence people's food choices, we found that the factors are very complex and they vary between different peoples and constantly change dynamically. And for example, according to the European Food Information Council, things that may affect people's food choices, including biological determinants such as their the hunger and the taste of the food, and economic determinants such as cost and their income level, and physical determinants such as skills on cooking, and also have some social determinants and psychological determinants, attitudes and beliefs of people, and the knowledge about food they have. So although there are tons of factors that may in fact influence people's food choice, but as we usually know, like most people just make a decision very quick and unconsciously. So are they really taking all the factors into consideration while making a food choice? So also through our the desktop research, we also found that many professional recommendations on healthy and sustainable diets have already been published for several years. For example, the one published by the Hong Kong government Center of Health Protection and the US Department of Agriculture. But since then, this guidance didn't work very well. But why people didn't take this guidance into consideration? So is that because of the content itself, or it's because of the way of presenting the content? So to answer all these questions, we conducted further research with our target audience. So first, we conduct a survey with an online questionnaire with 11 questions, and we finished it in 4 days, got 50 valid responses in total in the end, and at a response rate of 78%. So this survey is trying to learn about the considerations that most people pay more attention to while making food choices and the reasons behind them. So through our research, we found that the 3 factors with the most impact on people's food choices are the taste of the food, price, and food safety. So no one has put health and environmental considerations in high priority. And some people even mentioned that, to be honest, they would not consider about it at all. So the second finding is that overall people's consideration of nutrition and food safety increase with age. So some people may consider nutrition or food safety because of their special diet restrictions or the knowledge of nutrition they have. And the third finding is that people may not be aware that food production and consumption have some environmental impacts caused by food processing and the supply chain. And this has prevented them from associate the food choice with the environmental concerns we have facing now. So since the special needs and restrictions on diet may vary from different people, so it may not be reasonable for us to interfere too much. So our design paid more attention to people's awareness and knowledge of the impacts of their food consumption behavior. So we conduct further research. We conduct a co-creation workshop, consists of 4 activities. and we conducted with 8 participants in total. And to see if knowing the environmental impacts of their food choice will affect their behavior, and also trying to figure out how might them understand and interpret the same information we provided for them differently based on their personal experience and mindsets. And last, we also want to discover why current guidelines on diet not draw enough attention or motivate people to change. So from the analysis of the qualitative data we got from the co-creation workshop, we got some key findings such as understanding more about the different impacts of the food choices on environment can after they understand that kind of information, majority of the participants are willing to change their food choice to make it more environmental friendly. And also most existing information are, as we see before, is text-based. So our participants think they're boring and hard to understand and practice. And last, insufficient representation and visualization of the influence on health and environment have lowered the practicability of the information and the motivation for users to optimize their eating habits for better health and sustainable development. So in a nutshell, we got 3 insights from all of our previous research that can be used to guide our design. So first is enhancing the comprehensibility and interest of traditional text-based information about health and sustainable diet with visualization can make it more persuasive and encourage people to weigh more on it. And second, adequately and clearly show the influence of people's food choice to help them better build connections between the cause and effects and make them feel the meaning of their changes on diet can increase their motivation to optimize their eating habits. And last, providing information in a more concise way that can help people evaluate their food choices more efficiently can make the information more practical. So from here, we set our design goal as help people better understand the effect of their eating habits, evoke them to be more conscious about their food choices, and encourage them to adopt healthier and more sustainable eating habits via a virtual experience. So as the participants mentioned that the text-based information are boring, so we trying to find a new medium to deliver the content. So we choose VR to do that because it can provide the possibility for participating in lifelike simulation, but without the potential harm and injury. And it also facilitates personalized learning experience, encouraging active engagement as there are some hands-on practice for the participants. And also it can as it's still like fresh and novel medium to most people outside of design industry and other media, creative media industry. So it may increase the enjoyment of the learning experience. So next I will talk about the design strategies we adopt in our design. So first is the placemaking. When we are designing with VR, one of the most important ideas is placemaking, as it can guide people to explore information step by step and thereby increase the legitimacy of the information. And according to the research done by Harvard Graduate School of Education, museums can provide an informal learning environment that can encourage active learning and make learning more meaningful and robust. So we just took advantage of this feature and designed the overall space as a museum with a clear information architecture embedded in it. And strategy 2 is giving meaning. With the space, we also give meaning to it through our design to make it a place that is easier for people to perceive and understand. To achieve this goal, we designed an experience for the audience with various interaction with the space, multisensory information, and activities for them to interact with. And we translate the text-based content into visual information and present it in interactive ways to make it more comprehensible and impactful. And our last strategy is behavior changing. So we took folk behavior model as reference, and according to its definition, there are 3 influencing factors of people's behavior: motivation, ability, and prompts. So all these 3 factors must converge at the same time to trigger the behavior. So putting our design into the behavior model, we try to trigger the behavior we are trying to trigger is to promote more people to pay attention to and learn about the information related to the effects of people's food choices and eating habits on the environment and their individual health. So we can either lower the requirement for people's ability to interpret and understand the effects caused by their food choice, or increase their motivation to learn about them. So we did that by giving audience the freedom to do some experiment and see the different possibility directly. In the virtual environment, we can build different scenes easily, and real-time feedback on the audience food choices make the information more impressive and lower their mental workload. And also, to make the prompts works better, we also break the learning activity into steps and make the learning process easy to follow. Here is a brief overview of the prototype design. So in the VR museum we designed, people will first get prepared in Gallery 1 of the museum. They will learn some basic knowledge about food and nutrition. They will prepare for the visit. And in Gallery 2, they will build their diet pyramid based on their daily food choices. And it can match, and then they can match it and compare with the recommended ones and learn about how to optimize their diet based on the recommended diet pyramid. And also they can test whether the food they eat are healthy or not with the food detector we provided. And in Gallery 3, they will interact with the environment, try to make different food choices and decisions, and to see the different possibilities and see the impacts on the environment. So with this prototype, we did 2 rounds of user testing. And starting, we have both interaction design experts and our target users. First, we conducted a cognitive walkthrough to test the implementation of the design strategy and the effectiveness of it. And also, we asked their attitudes towards the design concept. And second round, we conduct the semi-structured user testing with our target audience to test the impact of the 3 design strategies, such as does it help to enhance the comprehensibility of the information or make the information more impressive. And we also collect general feedback on the experience itself. We ask questions like, is the information provided helpful, or is there anything confusing or uncomfortable about the whole experience? And from the cognitive walkthrough, we learned from all 6 experts that the overall design concept is feasible and meaningful to them. But in terms of the implementation of the design strategy, they think we can make the museum environment feel more realistic by adding more details to it. And also we can translate even more text-based information into the interaction with a 3D space and add more gamified features to make the experience more engaging. So we did some iteration and to optimize the museum with details and the sense of consistency and to make it more realistic. We use the same interior decoration and similar layout in all galleries and added background music to help the audience better immerse themselves in the museum environment. And we also use curator movement and instructions with a conversational tone to guide the audience through the tour instead of the clipboard you can see on the left. So we also add some hedonic functions to the experience to such as some interactions with the environment to make the learning experience more engaging. So after that, we conduct generally speaking, the second round testing results were positive, and the feedbacks we got from the target audience are most of them have expressed that the VR experience is more vivid, comprehensible, and increase their interest to learn and prompt them to reflect more on their eating habits. And also, they mentioned some limitations such as the precision of the recommendation and evaluation results. So in conclusion, our design strategy works well for most of the participants, and it has brought up a new way of educating people on healthy and sustainable diet and influencing their food choice, which is more engaging and effective. And in the future, we will apply some more advanced technical support to further optimize the experience, to have a more complete representation of our design strategies and maximize its effectiveness. And we're going to present more precise recommendations and more accurate real-time evaluation as the participants mentioned in the testings. And also we will constantly update the experience with more diversified content related to food consumption. So this is the end of my presentation, and please feel free to ask me any questions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If anyone is interested, we can make one question. Yes, please.
The microphone. Hi, I'm Damian. So you mentioned that you had background music at some point that you felt the need for to add sort of reality to the experience, right? So
yeah.
did you consider the impact that music and sound have on choices, on actual food choices? There are several studies and there are relationships between what type of sound we are listening to and the type of taste that you actually experience. So did you work a little bit on that, or what are your thoughts on that?
So because there are some echoes, so I just double check. Do you mean like how did I choose the music? The background music.
Basically the relationship between the music that you chose and the impact that that choice has on the food choice. Okay.
Okay, so the reason like our purpose for adding the background music is more like to make them to remind them that they have entered the virtual museum, and also like because I have mentioned that there are 3 galleries with different subjects. So we basically choose like very different background musics for each galleries to remind them that they have entered a different like area and with a different focus. So we didn't think to consider too much about like the effects of music on their food decisions. So but this is an interesting question that we might need to do some further tests in the future. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Thank
I'll
you.
send you a few links if you want on the studies that this relationship between sounds and music and taste.
Thank you for the questions. Thank you
Okay.
for the excellent.
Thank you.
So much. Say hello to your supervisor, Professor Jeffrey Shaw. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
And now, to finish this session, we're going to see a recorded video called A Review of Game Design Techniques for Managing Suspense by Ming Zhu, Georgia State University.
Hi, my name is Ying Zhu. I'm a faculty member at Georgia State University in the United States. I'm presenting a paper, a review of game design techniques for managing suspense. Suspense is the feeling of excitement or anxiety over an uncertain future. It is extremely important for storytelling. Many screenwriters think that stories are suspense-driven. I would argue that suspense is perhaps even more important for video games because the video games last longer than movies, and therefore you need suspense to keep the player engaged for a longer period of time. And suspense can be helpful for creating the flow for the players, okay, for the players to achieve the state of flow. Suspense has been studied extensively in literature, film, and television. Some researchers have also done work in suspense in games, but most of the previous work have been focused on storytelling. There has not been a comprehensive study on suspense in games, particularly suspense management at the game mechanics layer or the artifact layer. So our main contribution is to present a framework for managing suspense in games and present a comprehensive study of various game design techniques for managing games. So let's take a look at some previous work. There has been a number of theories on suspense. The standard theory in psychology for suspense is the OCC model. In this model, it states that suspense is created from hope, fear, and uncertainty. Of course, this theory there are people who has some debate. There's still some debate over whether uncertainty is necessary for creating suspense, and there has been several other theories that try to explain how suspense works. In game studies, some researchers have studied how to manipulate stories to manage suspense. Some researchers have shown that artifacts such as sound effects or decorative objects can be used to generate suspense. Okay. We have also done some work on suspense management with game mechanics. Okay. This is an overview of our framework. We divide a game into 3 layers: the story layer, the game mechanics layer, and the artifact layer. And for each layer, we divide the suspense management into 2 steps or 2 tasks. One is creating suspense, and the second step is to maintain suspense for as long as necessary. And in the table, we listed some typical game design techniques that can achieve these 2 tasks. So let's go over some of the typical game design techniques for each layer. In the storytelling layer, this layer has been studied extensively, not just in games, but in films and television. So there has been a lot of work in this area. Here, I'm going to just list some of the typical examples. For example, suspense can be created by evoking curiosity. Okay. The game can reveal some information, but withhold the rest of the information, therefore generating curiosity and then creating suspense. For example, detective-style games such as LA Noire generally use these techniques to generate suspense. Another typical technique for generating suspense is to start a journey. Okay. Games like The Last of Us is a typical example of a game that basically having the main character taking a journey. So when you have a journey, it creates suspense because people want to know what's going to happen at the end of the journey, right? Whether the characters can finish the journey and what happens what happened along the way and also what happened at the end. We can also create threats, illness, to create a fear. Okay, when you increase fear, it increases suspense. We can also put the player in a dilemma, right? That's some stories have branching storylines, therefore the player must choose a certain point. The player must choose what the player needs to do, and then based on the decision the player makes, the story goes to different directions. So the player would have no idea what's the consequence of this decision. That will create suspense. That kind of uncertainty creates suspense. timer is an extremely important technique for creating suspense, right? If you create a timer in the story, it creates fear, because if you don't do certain thing by certain time, there will be consequences, usually negative consequences. Therefore, a timer would create fear and then leading to suspense. To maintain suspense, the typical technique is to withhold the information. Right? You release the information to the player slowly, therefore delaying the outcome. You can also create a series of enemies, obstacles for the player to overcome, and therefore delay the outcome. Another technique in game design is to create a side quest. So therefore, the player would take a side quest which temporarily distract the player from the main plot line, and therefore the player needs to wait longer to know the outcome of the main plot line. At the game mechanics layer, we have a lot of technique that can be used to generate suspense. We would argue that gameplay itself makes all games suspenseful, with or without the stories, because the gameplay creates a desire to win. When you have a desire to win, it leads to hope, fear, and uncertainty. Right? Therefore, we think that there is a suspense built into gameplay. In addition, if you want to further enhance the suspense, you can add more rules, introduce more rules into the game to enhance suspense. For example, fouls and penalties can create a fear among players, therefore enhancing suspense. In football, for example, there's offside rule, the handball rule, and yellow cards. All those penalties and fouls can create fear among players, so therefore enhancing their sense of suspense. For example, when a player scores a goal, usually the first thing the player does is to look at the sideline referee to see if the offline flag is raised. Right? Therefore, that kind of behavior leads to suspense, right? Because you have to wait to see the flag to know whether you have scored, and that creates a momentary suspense. Okay? A timer is a typical game design techniques to create suspense, right? Because if you're leading, for example, as the time runs out, your hope gets higher and higher because you're about to win. If you're behind, it's the opposite. As time running out, your fear increases. That also creates suspense. Okay? A conveyor belt is essentially a timer. For example, in this game, Overcooked 2, we have a lot of stuff on the conveyor belt, so the character needs to pick up those objects because otherwise there will be consequences. Okay? So direct opposition is another typical technique for increasing fear. For example, in a game like Jeopardy, if you remove the buzzer system, okay, if the player cannot press the button to take control, if the game is designed like a turn-by-turn game where each player take turns to answer questions, the game will be much less suspenseful than the current version where the players can press the button to take control. Another way to increase suspense is to increase the difficulty of the game. For example, in the egg relay game, you have to run and also holding an egg on a spoon. So this game is much more suspenseful than the game where you only runs or you only balance the egg on the spoon. By adding these two goals simultaneously, again, this game becomes much more suspenseful. Delaying the suspense, delaying the outcome can also be achieved through a game clock. Right? Most of the sports games use a game clock. Many video games also have game clock. Some games like sports games, you have to play certain number of rounds, certain number of sets, certain number of games. In most video games, you have to play certain levels. You have to finish certain levels to win the game. So those target numbers create delay, therefore delaying creating suspense. Okay? VAR in football also is a mechanism for creating suspense. It's not designed to do this, but the effect is that it creates suspense because the time you wait for the decision from VAR is very suspenseful, right? So VAR is a great technique for creating suspense. You can also withhold information, okay, and or varying the hope and the fear in the player, giving or removing resources, or enhancing or weakening the opposition. So all those techniques can be used to delay the outcome, slow the player down, therefore, creating suspense for an extended period of time. We can also use artifacts to create fear, hope, or curiosity. For example, sound effects can be used to create a fear or curiosity, right? If you hear something that in the distance, you don't know what it is, it creates curiosity. Lighting can also create a curiosity. If you have some light in the distance, that immediately creates curiosity. Still, the player will say, what is that? Let's find out. Darkness can create fear. Okay? In many horror games, darkness is used to create fear and uncertainty, therefore generating suspense. Some props can be used to create fear, hope, or curiosity. For example, blood, burned houses, burned cars, dead bodies, graffiti, or some mysterious object. They can all generate fear or uncertainty about the environment. Okay, that's therefore generating suspense. Camera motion can also be used to generate suspense. In some horror games, a fixed camera view would create more helplessness among the players because the player cannot control the camera, and therefore it increases the sense of helplessness, therefore increasing suspense. You can also have a camera slowly revealing something and therefore also creating suspense, right? Maintaining suspense can also be achieved via artifacts. For example, you can make for example, a mysterious sound come and go, therefore prolong the wait. You can also make the light off and on, right? You can also add some randomness to the sound effects to increase uncertainty. And also you can add a randomness to the sound to the lighting effect. So you don't know when the light will be on, when the light will be off, and therefore creating uncertainty and fear. So overall, there are many game design techniques that can be used to adjust the level of suspense in games. These techniques are not new, but many people may not be aware their connection to suspense because many of these techniques were not designed originally to manage suspense, but they actually have a great impact on the level of suspense for games. So by consciously applying these techniques in game design, we can manage the suspense in games more effectively to create a better player experience. That's the end of my my talk. Thank you very much. And if you have any question, please contact me.
Well, Inzu is not online with us, so unfortunately he cannot answer any questions. So thank you all to manage to stay until the end of the session. And I'm sure that you all feel very hungry now. So let's eat and see you in after the lunchtime. Thank you.